So how should the U.S. government? So how should the U.S. government be structured? So I've been thinking about this a lot. Like I'm looking at the Bible and I'm like, who's Gog and Magog? It's U.S. and China. China's like Gog, and we're like, no, Magog, because no one believes in God anymore. It's kind of a joke on us later because like we don't believe in God, so we call it Gog. Because they're like, Gog. Sorry, not trying to be offensive. And then he's like Magog. No, it's Magog. I am trying to be offensive there because I'm an American, even though it's not like my uh, accent that I'm making fun of. I'm making fun of people who are actually like that. No, it's my. Not you in particular, if that offended you, but I'm making fun of this ghost who really likes to screw with me. Anyways, keep it basically the same. Where did my dad take him? Yeah, I think he might have. My Constitution, my Bill of Rights and stuff that was in here. I was going over. I think we should just like reconstitute the motherfucker. United States. We should just, we should it should be reconstituted. That's the official opinion of John Adams. Sorry, yeah, Adam Smith too. He just was up here just hanging out sometimes. That's the official opinion of the Adams who have been president. Now, hundreds of years later, yeah, we should be. Abe Lincoln says we can probably just add like 4 more amendments, like Roman law style, but they'd have to be like very very straight to the point. But we have to take anyway. Yeah, probably a couple others that aren't that good, like the one that's like the whole vice president thing. It should be the other guy. And there should be something about parties in involved in the. Unless you just want to say this is like one party state, like it almost is. But we don't do it. No, I don't want one party state either. I want like a 20-party state. I really want like an 8-party state, be an 8-party state officially. So it covers every single place on the did I get that right? Yeah. Yeah. On the political so it's everything on the political spectrum. Um an 8-party state officially. Yeah. Although honestly I think it should just be a communist party. I mean they're we beat the Russians, right? But like we in a drawn out conflict we would probably tie with China. It would be horrifying though. We'd probably lose morally for being the aggressors in a war like that. Because that's what we'd be. So that'd be horrifying. But the reason that they can even compare with the United States as far as standard of living goes on average, because they're socialist. And I think that Marx was right. I mean, I'm like, I believe that I'm almost friends with John Adams. He comes in whenever time I'm talking about American politics. I just like channel John Adams and John Quincy Adams. Similar guys, but not as similar as you think. But at the end of the day, they always end up, yeah, it's John Adams mostly. The older one. Although the younger one is a little bit smarter. He just like, Yeah, I tried to consciously. It's like the cult of the emperors is cult of the presidents. They're like, they're all deified and stuff. And some actually really go through the afterlife. Like, yeah, pretty hardcore. Slaveholders. Anyways, what about Frederick Douglass? How does he feel about all this? That's who he channels a lot. Is Frederick Douglass, and he don't even know that he channels Frederick Douglass like that because he's like, turns out Frederick Douglass and John Adams had similar souls. Go figure. What does that mean? No, stop being offended. He's not doing any of this. He's just channeling. But he does have his opinions because these are mostly Taran's opinions. But like, he's just channeling us to see if we agree with him or not. We do because I don't think he's like, I don't have opinions. I just average the truth between all you smart guys who lived before me. I have the kingdom of heaven. So, according to Frederick Douglass, who I think is a non-presidential, and John Adams. What about the guy everyone had whose opinion I really, really, really care about actually is George Marshall, who agrees with Taran on everything all the time, especially politically, because he's like, the president should not be the head executive as far as veto power goes. He already kind of isn't, right? Who's that? It's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But it's not, he doesn't have veto power. The court does. He should, though. That should be like his. And there should be two courts. So I have this whole system. It's like there's Supreme Court, and you have the appellate court, and like you should have the highest appellate court, but the federal appellate court. Someone's trying to twist my tongue on that. The Supreme Court should be made of two bodies. One deals with appeals, and one deals with well, it would be a bit of certiorari because writs of state, something like that, where they just pull up a fucking law before it's even voted on, and they're just like, this is not constitutional, and just shut it the fuck down. That should be the one that the Chief Justice sits on. That should be made up of, called the magistrate instead of justices. The justices sit on the lower one, and then the magistrate justices sit on the higher one, and get the Chief Magistrate. You got little Chief Justice and the Chief Magistrate. It's a cooler word because in Roman law, a magistrate had both executive and judicial power. You know what I mean? So even if I'm more of a common law guy and a lot of like person to person interactions, but the common law's been kind of screwed up over the years. But I still think we should use common law. Yeah. In a way. Just common law standards. We should standardize the common law and be like, okay, this is what common law means. Yeah, yeah, why not? We do it already. But like locally, we should be like, hey, what does that statute mean again? What would you really do? Like, pull up, what's your real opinion on this case? Fortunately for a lot of these guys, like, oh, dude, I'd send you to prison for 5 years for that fucking. It's like, yeah, would you? I didn't know about that. Yeah. The thing is, people who think that have never been to prison for 5 years. Yeah. And if they have, are they really happier? after they get out of prison, their life's ruined. Yeah. Yeah. If you've been in jail for 50 days, you'd have a different opinion. You'd be like, drugs should be legal. Pursuit of happiness. The market would keep cocaine probably like on the back burner, but straight up would be really, really, really popular. It really helps people think and get to themselves in a way that I have never seen anything else do. If they're really smart, for other people, it'd be a tough one. But, however, I think that's why it should be just really easy to get. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Pursuit of happiness, man. Firearms. We should all have the right to keep firearms. And if you are a felon, then you should have. Then you really need a right to keep it. See, that's the joke. It's like, yeah, felons can't have guns, so they just get killed off. If you got caught, you just get killed off. So if you like you're all reformed and stuff, but you still can't have a gun because you're a felon or ex-felon, and you're like, yeah, you just get killed off. It's like survival of the fittest, gangster style. You guys are fucking retarded. And then I try to channel the spirit of Kirk Andrews, who's like the DA around here. I actually kind of know just a little bit. I don't know him well or anything, but I've met him before on like a personal level. So I think it's kind of interesting. He just, we'd probably have it out if we were to talk today about politics. It would be interesting. My dad too. Um, we should barely tax the market at all. We can tax that if that, but we should just tax incomes and property. If it's not like a household, like this should not be taxed. That over there should be taxed. Why? Because how much do you need, man? Mr. John Bell, I know that. I went to high school with that kid. This is his dad or something, is it? That's why I can go on that property, because I know John. He was like, oh, Taran, I remember you, right? From high school, right? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So they're like, oh, look at him trespassing. I know Bell. All right. Do you guys know those people? No. I actually kind of do. And I'm not going in there and do anything but smoking tobacco for the Native American spirits. So they get up our asses and keep us not burnt up. Let's call the fire department. Make sure that that's not an issue still. It's set up yet. Sun's almost up. Like, what's he doing? It's a nice day. Anyways, back to my talk. The Supreme Court should have the ultimate say. It's a court, like the king. Boom. And it should be spiritual, religious. Well, I mean, according to the opinions of every dead person who's ever lived, absolutely, because they're still alive. And if they're still alive, then this is fucking real, right? Hold on, I'll get my other fucking ones. And this is real. Sorry, I have the full texts out there. I just didn't get them all. The Call of Chuck or Tantra, I really wanted to grab that one. And this is real. And this especially is real too. Black is the petal of a blue lotus at night. Black as the night touched by the light of the moon. Kali is the essence of night. She is called sleep. She who is known as dream. She who is the joyous dancer of the cremation ground. She who chooses from among the corpses which souls shall be released from the bonds of existence to know eternal bliss. Daughter of the ocean, mother born of anger, wet nurse to invincible warriors. Though they say that death lingers in the waters of her womb, still full devotions are made to Kali. It's a little dark. I guess we're going for Holy Mother, birth and healing, matron spirit of all the midwives, goddess of the sacred Toteixal herb, tobacco. It's not, I don't know if that's what it is, but I'm just, it's Native American. Tetu Anon wears a skirt of many shells, as the sky wears many stars. A golden disc is a proud display upon her shield, appearing in glowing visions to those who call upon her powers. It is Tetu Anon. Teteu Anon, who fills the wombs of those who wish to bear new children. It is Teteu Anon, who empties wombs of the women who do not, remembering always to ease the pain of childbirth for her daughters upon the earth. Yet her sacred spirit also dwells in the magic springs of healing, rising in the steamy mist, in answer to the pleas of the ill, providing the curing waters. While in her vast wisdom, she arranges the patterns of the tossed kernels of corn, thus making her will and her decree to all who care to read the prophecies written in the chants of the falling corn, offering glimpses of the future that she will bring. That's cool. From the clear blue waters of a small lake, living in the forest, she raised the lad to manhood. It was by the waters of this lake that people come to offer the sacred smoke of the forest resins to honor the first mother, asking for her help in making food grow. Oh, sorry. Anyways. Yeah, if that's real, then that's real, and that's real, and that's real too. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's real too. Horu Ray. I got in trouble with that name because I said this kid down the street was trying to kill me. So, but I like that name a lot because my cat's name was George after this kid down the street. Basically, not really. He's actually Cinderella named the cat, and I was like, oh wow, I don't know any Georges with a G, so I'm gonna spell with a J. So I started calling, yeah. And when he died, I was going crazy. I heard him tell me, my name is Horu Bay, which is the horizon, and the sun, which is really fucking bright today. It's blinding me. My dad's probably wondering why I didn't do this yesterday. Well, I had a lot to think about. I'm really excited to get back to this project because I'm talking about something other than killing myself now. So yeah, basically, what about the other branches? Would they have to be? Would they be second? There'd be no. See, that's why we need to reconstitute this bitch, because in the Declaration of Independence, we talk about these rights bestowed, natural rights. What natural rights? Mr. Jefferson, who is not doing that well on this side sometimes, guys. But it's not doing terrible. You'd be surprised if you get go through some of these people. Yeah, he gets saved. Declaration of Independence, man. And some other writings that he did. It's pretty much good shit. For the day. Time and place. He thinks, well, I don't know what we were talking about back then, natural rights bestowed by the creator. Well, I think Taran's right though. Man, look at this kid. Me and Jefferson had a moment earlier. I didn't realize it at the time. But I can feel him thinking about it. Don't worry about what it was about. Anyways, politics are interesting. What other ideas did I have that were really interesting I wanted to say on here? The military. Why is there a fucking military that big still? Those people need to be grabbed. The people. I just think we should reconstitute the military. I don't think there's any need to change the budget or anything. Cut NASA, make the military something like that instead. It already kind of is, but we use what's like all for we're gonna beat China because China ain't gonna do that. Why are we worried about beating China? We shouldn't be worried about beating China. China's half the fucking world away. And we have missiles too. Oh yeah, because they're AI and the market economy and how they could. Why would China do that? Oh, because they have incentive to. I don't think they do. We just need to pull our ships out of like one little fucking strait. We just moved. If we just were like, okay, fine, and okay, fine, on like one or two straits, guess what? China would have no real reason. They wouldn't want to fuck with us at all. And that's what they already do. What I'm proposing, the U.S. military. They just don't do it that well. It should be like a scientific fucking. Yeah, it should be like adventure camp that you kick. Yeah, like it should be tough though. Like absolutely, I wish I would have joined the military. I really do. I did technically join. Like I joined, tried to join, didn't join. I tried to join, and then in the process, like I was gonna go to boot camp, and then I asked if I could have another 12 weeks, and in that 12 weeks, I got addicted to heroin, and that was it for the military. And I was really pissed off because I was gonna go be a Marine, and I was in killer shape. Back then, Taran Miller was fucking stronger than fucking Hercules. I swear to God. 500 pounds. 500 pounds on a squat. My dad doesn't believe this. My friends, they have to believe it because some of them were there. So that's why they don't want to fight me. Because I got skinny arms. They look at my skinny arms. I had quite a bit bigger arms back then, but that's still not huge. And they're like, yeah, I don't. They look at my underside. Like, I don't want to get punched by that guy. He's got hands like that and legs like that, and he's quick like that. Or he just doesn't. He doesn't get hurt easily either. He just like, what? Just do this. Hopefully, you can get his nose and break it. Break it back into place. Maybe. Still crooked. See, it's like I can like move it almost. It's like. You right, Garfield?
Talk shit, please. Too much.
No, well, no. What? He was under your red van. I heard him growling. No, he's not hurt. He wasn't out of the yard. The cat was under your van. That's still kind of in the yard, basically, as far as Garfield's concerned. My cat got in a fight. My dad almost doesn't believe it because I had to go split it up. He seems kind of mad at me, but oh well. I get frustrated because whenever I do something good, my dad almost never believes it. And when I do something bad, he always makes it worse than it is. Not that I don't deserve that kind of treatment because I do. I'm still living at his house. I'm 26 years old, but I've hit him in the face too, and I still stay at his house. So I do deserve that, but still. The look on his face just now was like, uh, hope he's not hurt. See, cats can scratch each other's eyes out if they're not careful. I'm talking about Horace and Ray, something like that. Hunting should be banned nationwide. I think everyone should have a gun, but hunting should be banned. Bigger restrictions on fishing, especially in the ocean. It's like, oh yeah, every time you go hunting, what are you gonna get? Oh yeah, another endangered species. You're gonna get the last one of that rabbit every time you take a shot nowadays. Or even when you're fishing. Oh, last one of that fish in this lake. Yep, there they go. Extinct. Oh, it's had eggs in it. Oh well. I've almost done that before. That's why, like, and I went. I've gone fishing. I've got one fish in my whole life. Whole adult life. As a kid, I caught a few fish. Is that an admission of a crime, Tarrant? Yes, it is. Not gonna tell you where or when. I can't pay that penalty anyways. Oh, there comes the hunting guys. Yeah, they go hunting, I'm sure. Blue agriculture is what we should do. Go into. We should, yeah. And yeah, the factory farming in America and China. needs to be restricted as well. What are we gonna do with all the cows? We're gonna kill most of them and eat them. The price of beef's gonna go way down for a while, and then it's gonna go way up after it is banned. This is like a dream. This is like if we were actually really into this book right here. Doesn't it say in the Bible we can eat this stuff though? It's yeah, but it says in this one right here, which is almost just as good in some ways. The Diamond Sutra should just be in the Bible, probably. I don't know if it actually says it in the Diamond Sutra, but it says in the book, I'm sure. That the suffering is we should try to limit the suffering of sentient beings if we can on planet Earth for your afterlife, man. That's what I discovered. Reincarnation, see, yes and no, yes and no. You'd be surprised who you reincarnate as. And how you still know that you're you when you're sitting behind them going, yeah. How am I Jeffersonians doing? Which I'd like to be, but I can't be. Jeffersonian. No, it's impossible nowadays. Back to natural rights bestowed by the Creator. Yeah, that needs to be through the Constitution. Needs to be reconstituted completely. Because it doesn't mention there's a separation of church and state implied in the Constitution, at least in all the opinions written afterwards. The Supreme Court needs to be reconstituted. Although I like what it says. See, when I first was like reading the book, I read a book one time that like suggested that maybe like George Marshall was kind of like pulling like legal magic trick when he like made the judicial review a thing. But there needs to be appellate review, like judicial review, and then a judicial fucking judicial review. Prior and whatever Latin word you want to use for there, like a primary judicial review and maybe secondary judicial review, whatever you want to call it. Just review for laws that are passed and then like are like maybe not, but it doesn't make sense for me because like they're just like it doesn't even make sense to me because they're just like if they're unconstitutional, why do they get passed in the first place? Because we can make a ton of money for like 9 months. That they're like exactly it's all it's about ever anymore, and they're in on it sometimes, the guys. I feel about abortion. It should be legal. It should be legal. It's a really tough one, though. And there should be penance paid spiritually to get an abortion. But not like that. Are you suggesting that there's one religion? Yeah. There is one religion. It's called religion, period. There's about if you expand the Bible to include all the Gnostic texts, all the apocryphal texts, be like the same book, like this thick, at least twice, maybe 3 times as long. Boom, that one. Quran should be one of those books, actually, which probably be make this book about that fucking big. And then you got your Abrahamic faiths, Buddhism, Hinduism. Yeah, Hinduism. I don't care if you're Indian or not. Should be included in with Buddhism because we don't need to practice like the ancient Vedics practiced. Ancient Greek, Greco-Roman spiritual texts, philosophers, it should be in there too. Plato's Republic. 22 books. There's like 22 big, thick books that should be codified and made official, like canon for religion, period, in America. Like, they're like, what religion? I'm like, they asked me what religion. I said I was a pagan. I said I was a very spiritual person. I said I was a pagan. They're like, I don't know if you've ever had a pagan in here. Who's an actual pagan. Well, I live in a very rural place. You know, it's a giant, huge mountain. Right fucking there. Not Shasta. It's where all Crystal Guys water's bottled. My dad's probably wondering what the fuck I'm doing in here. I don't really care. I do, but I don't. I really love my dad, so I feel all on the spot right now. Not that I love my dad. I think the only person I'd not I didn't lose my dad. Sorry, no, I lost my cat George. If I lost my dad, that'd be the only thing that made me cry about as much as George, probably. Maybe Jordan. Don't mean to stress him out. He's almost 60 years old. Forget about that. It's like I'm almost 30 and he's almost 60. Anyways. And how do we prove? I can prove it still with my body, I think. I think if you looked at my brain and you looked at the way I can move, even though I can't move as good as I could, but basically can. It doesn't look that like all that impressive. But these are all tests that a neurologist would do, right, to see how well you can move. And I would pass them all when I shouldn't be able to pass them all. I mean, I can't pass that test, which is a big deal. But if it's a spiritual universe, then of course I can. And I tell them why. That'd be some confidentiality I couldn't break. That'd be like, oh, that was on camera too. When I was 4 years old, I did. and I still can. I'm just not like that anymore. So I can still get it up like 6 inches. I can't get it a full 8 anymore. Oh well. What about Garfield? Hope he's okay. Was that intentional? Yeah, it was. I'm curious about it. I enjoy looking at myself like narcissist because I'm handsome. I don't think I'm handsome, but I am handsome because my nose is uneven. The reason I think we should stop eating cows is because they're so smart, dude. They not quite on the same level as cats and dogs, though. So maybe we can still keep eating them for a while. Someone's got to be done about something, like some of the suffering's going on. That could be later down the line. But it's a big fucking deal. It's like a whole fucking bunch of people that I'm saying that can be later down the line. It'd be sick to my stomach, literally. Pigs, that especially. Dogs and cats, though, that does too. They're that smart too, cats and dogs. Cats are already treated like free citizens, though. Free citizens wherever they go. But they're not, though. And we neuter them, spay them. It's like, oh, there's too many cats. The cats are destroying the ecosystem, though. Survival of the fittest. What about you saying it's, yeah, for humans, that we shouldn't be hunting anymore? Fishing, it's whatever, dude. But we shouldn't be hunting anymore. Cats? Yeah, they annihilate some buggers. Oh, well. You know what it does to you when you cut your balls off? Makes you like this. Like me. America. We still do this to people. I really wonder what happened there. Is that how dancers feel? Is that how all dancers feel? That's all I want to know. Is that how dancers feel? Is it? Like the cheese stuff. Is that how you guys feel? Yes and no, Taran. So you guys see too? No. No, it's not. That's what I know. Maybe it's not. You don't see that way if you are watching this likely. To some people, yeah. If I tried to pay attention to that. Right. Well, I'm trying to show myself because my hand eye coordination is not that great compared to a lot of people. But my frames per second, my eyes are fucking incredible. They didn't used to be. Damn it. Oops. Oh well. I'll try to just test something so Spirit tries to fuck me up. Because Darren, I just feel like it's not as good as it used to be. I'm just used to it now. It's how athletes see. It's how like professional athletes see. I didn't used to have that kind of like people are really good gunslingers see too. If I go cross-eyed, we just have really good gunslingers get killed. Left eye shooter. Mm-hmm. "41 seconds ago, the truth about the free will. That's interesting, darling. She is banging." See how I'm talking about? I'm not really. See, I wouldn't want it now because she probably gets way. Yeah. My thing shrank by a lot. It's like way smaller than it used to be. I'm like, what the fuck? So I don't want to use it anymore. What really turns me on is she's all into the cult and stuff. I'm like, wow. Her name is Georgina. My cat's name was George, the whole Ray cat. His name was George. So when he's like, I'm Horu Ray. He came through like that. He's like, I'm Horu Ray. I am Horu Ray. Do you not know, George? I don't always know. I am Horu. I am Horu. I'm Horu Ray. It's with me all the time. Do you remember this worked for you back then? 'Cause it certainly did, didn't it? When I was like, hey, look at it from this perspective, big kitty. This eye, it's the moon. This eye's the sun. And you can literally see from the moon and from the sun. I can't see it so much anymore. I'm led to the gills. I hope my son can still see it. He's not the horse the younger. He's horse the elder. Horse. You know that makes me Jewish. Osiris. Or Set, actually. No way. But now Osiris. Make Garfield Set. Which makes all the sense in the world sometimes. Do you know our sisters were? Nephthys and Isis. You know I really am, George. I have this weird gut feeling of my soul on Isis, and I know I'm Isis. Not quite Isis, though. Past it. In some weird fucking way. That's offensive and makes sense. Or maybe I'm sick, but I'm dark. So I'm past it. Like Nephthys to Isis. The same goddess. That's why you're a cat. Not in, well, Horus the younger is the eagle, raised the eagle. Falcon. Horus is younger. Falcon. Raised an eagle. But guess what? The most sacred animal in ancient Egypt was a house cat in a Western class. The evil Persians put house cats on their shields so the Egyptians wouldn't attack them, and guess what? The Egyptians didn't attack them when they invaded Egypt. Brought the cats. It's horrifying. No, Cambyses does not welcome you. Those over Astrian as well is welcome here. That's not true. Is that a lie from my tongue? Yeah. In a way, because I don't get to choose who's welcome here or not.
You can't leave a message because the person you called has a voicemail box that hasn't been set up yet. Goodbye.
Can you not go to heaven like that? I want them to take George back to his son. He's not there already. So secum sahu. We should have a council of Nicaea with all these religious texts and be like, okay. The only problem is just all the Christians would get up in arms and be like, okay, well, it's a Christian country, so, but not 100% Christian. Just like I'm not 100% Christian, but I am a Christian. But I'm more Christian than most Christians are. It's a Gnostic country, but not, Yoruba is not evil. It's like before they were on that trip. That's Chaldean oracles, huh? Mm-hmm. That's where it says that God had a cat head.
Hi, my name is Arina, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Slavic lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. Geography is boundless. Have you noticed that Slavic women have become more and more popular? I mean that they are everywhere, in famous magazines, on
When I do that, I see the roaring right away.
Ariel for divine shows, blessed queen. Found in the bosom of the race of mortals is that constant care. The cooling gales saw along my power inspires that nourish all life, which every life desires. On the rock clouds and winds from me producing all manner of things mortal eyes know.
Went to rehab. Oh my god, stomach.
With only glass in the swelling sea and rolling rivers washed by thee. Come, blessed goddess, and almighty queen, bless her kind, rejoicing, rejoicing and sweet. Come, blessed goddess, and almighty queen, with us mankind, rejoicing, rejoicing and serene.
This guy was pulling my short hair, kind of fucked me up, I think.
Hi there, my name is Kimberly Steele, and I will be singing some Orphic hymns tonight for you.
Yes and no, guys, yes and no. I'm hoping that she can handle it for me.
Hymns from ancient Greece that were dedicated to the Greek gods and goddesses. sing these every day and sometimes night on weekends, on Friday and
Big
Saturday.
George is my cat.
Night, on Fridays at 10. And on Saturday night, I sing at 11. And
He was all Ray in a cat body. I saw him. I saw him. He's like,
12 on Sunday. I am coming to you from beautiful
I
Aurora.
can still feel him around.
Beautiful as it sounds. I am going to now play the Orphic
But
Hymns
now I'm
to
realizing
Saturn.
one of the
Now,
things that is still
you might
around
think, wait,
is the other guy who really, really wanted to be
in
Big
his
George.
eyes,
He's
at least
Big
from what we
George.
know, the Orphic Hymns do not have music, at least none known.
Is that
I think
you?
they probably used to have music, they sadly lost their music. And that is why I have
I think you're
taken
Big
it upon
John.
myself to write some
I am
music
Big
for
John.
them. I feel like they're very suited to song, just song form. And so what I've done is I've come up with some kind of
You're stuck
vocally
doing
tunes
this
to
for a while.
kind of flesh them out a little bit, and hopefully they're easy enough for you to figure out and play. That is my do you hear that song? That is not an Orphic hymn.
Why
That
are
is
you
my
gay?
rice cooker, which plays music when it is finished.
I mean, it's cool.
You're like, what is that weird beeping? That's
I'm
my
not
rice
gay
cooker.
at all.
It's like one of these
That's the
fancy
fucked up
Japanese
thing.
sushi rice cookers that it's a nice rice cooker. All right. So
Probably a good
this
thing I didn't join the
is
military.
Orphic Hymn to Saturn.
He's just a good man. That's all I know. Only my dad now. Never believe you get offended. Everybody would. Todd probably beat me up. I don't know why though. You lie about me, yeah. How much? A lot. Say I stole from you, yeah. Did I steal from you? No. But I did a few times. What did I steal? Drugs. And one thing that I was guilty about actually. But I was pretty slick again. You were playing an evil gamble on that, weren't you? It wasn't evil, it was just intelligent. It's like, you know what? I should have got all those things out. I should have got as many out of there as I could. But you didn't notice. The coins. Cool. That's actually not that bad. No, there's a chest full of. This is not schizophrenia. I'm gonna take my meds anyways. So she did back in the day too. My friend had this chest full of. Yeah, he was the closest thing I had to. I have a grandpa who's still alive, 2 of them, and I barely know those men at all. They don't want to know me at all. But Big John Gremlinger was the closest thing I had to like a grandpa figure, and he died. Really, I should have went and saw him more before he passed. Seemed like he was doing better when I was around, but he didn't do that thing, and then he do that thing, too. Complex figure. But I understand him more now than ever. He had this chest full of really valuable coins that I was sent to his house, and I walked 20 miles through the wilderness, much coyotes and shit, on a mission from God to get as many motherfuckers out of there as I could. And I didn't. Instead, I went and knocked on the door. I'm like, hey, man, I just walked over here to see you. Which I didn't really do, but at the time, I was like, you know what? I really like hanging out with John. He was cooking me a big old steak and hang out. Like, maybe he'll shoot me a morphine tablet and I'll just. The other thing I stole from him a couple times was morphine. I lived with him for a while. I'm an evil person sometimes. Straight up. No, I'm saying that. I know this. That's what I'm talking about. I was a heroin addict. This is the worst thing I've ever done in my life, other than when I was a little kid. Because it's probably. What about the other guy? No, it's not even close. I stole stuff from him too, but his house burned down completely. Both the times I stole from anybody, their houses burnt down and they lost everything. And it's almost like it didn't even matter. It wasn't my fault. It was forest fires both times, and Taran didn't cause either of them. It was a literal God thing. He's like, he knew that it didn't matter. That's why he did it. And my dad, one time I stole $200 from my dad. Yeah, I was evil too. See what I mean? This whole confession video that I did. Yeah, I sold two. Made in America. I'm admitting this to him right now, basically. I can feel it. Morgan silver dollars, but back in the day, they were like $300 a piece. I didn't go for the really, really valuable one. I'm not fucking stupid. I could have, but they're all registered and stuff. I had to break them out of the cases, basically. I got me and my friend got I got ripped off for both. That way, and that way too. But you know what? He made it up later. He bought me so he bought it for me, right? But he bought it for me. A $5,000 bike. Was it $5,000 bike? Yeah, it was like a $2,000 bike. It was an expensive fucking bike. And then he stole from me. You know, because he feels some way about this. He's like, you know what? That is about even, huh? Because he bought it. And all the morphine's added up. I probably stole like fucking. Oh, he got so much from. I probably stole like 30 of them over the course of the Yeah. You should have given me all those methadones. Those are way more. Heroin was better, but that's not cool shit. Anyways, yeah, big confession. Take anything else? No, never told any money from you. I don't think I did. No, you just give it to me if I asked. I think so cool about him, and the fact that he was just a cool dude, interesting, cool person, very giving. And I could have told him that too, and I don't think I did, but I could have. See, the reason I didn't though, because I told my dad one time I stole from him, and now he still thinks I'm stealing from him to this day. So I don't tell. Well, I always do. I take that back. Anytime I've ever taken anything from anybody, I've told them afterwards. Like Lana was really mad because I took half a bottle of um, liquor that she bought for me. She bought it for me, and then she took it back, and I drank the rest of it when I was watching their house. She got all pissed off about it. And then I stole a roll of tape from Levi. Yeah, that wasn't cool. But I was watching their house for free, and Gruber got like $200 for it. I didn't really steal the old tape. I even told him, like, hey, man. It's not really making up for it, but like, I'm glad dude was at their house. Actually, yeah, I got high. Yeah, drugs, yeah. Being off my couch too, but cleaned it up. Wasn't anything like that. They told me I could, basically. I did not go in the room. They said, don't go in the room. I'm like, okay. They didn't even like really say that. It was implied. Like everything else is free for granted, so just kind of like peek through everything and didn't really take anything except for a little tape. Remember? That was then stolen from me by Victoria. Yeah, that was a bad demon on me. Stealing things, little things here and there. I'm like the kind of person like I will give you anything. You ask me for like my medication, I'd probably give you one just to try. Not really, but almost. These things are badass. These not those ones. These ones right here. Zoloft. I'm a big fan so far. Sold my sister some roll clothes. Gave it to my ex-girlfriend. You know, for a while, I honestly really thought I was going to kill myself. So I just like didn't give a fuck. Now I realize I'm not going to kill myself. So now I do really give a fuck. And I didn't know God was real back then. And now I do know God is real. It really kind of bites in the, like, really kind of like, It's a whole like different perspective shift when you're just like, wow. Turns out I'm gonna live longer than I thought I'm gonna live. It's gonna be someone else doing it to me probably. And God is real. So it all matters that I did something wrong with somebody. It mattered anyways. That Derek. I did my first drive at my house. I'm mad at him. See, him I never took anything from. Except for a couple shots of alcohol that Dominic could have. Basically. But I could have robbed his whole fucking house. He took from me. Actually, he still has my fucking... He better still have my fucking comic books. He's got me enough stuff here and there to make up for it, but still. Not the comic books, not really. Not from all the shit he's talked. 7:41 to 42. Missed by 1 minute. Still do that. Kind of does. Tactile hallucinations. You get tactile hallucinations, Darren? I don't believe in hallucinations. I mean, I do and I don't. I absolutely do. That's why I take all of these and all that and all the other thing. But I believe the tactile hallucinations are the ones that are like really interesting. For scientific reasons. Those are really interesting. Like my point of view, that headache I had last time was like almost a tactile hallucination. It was a pretty major headache. Is that what you're talking about, Taran? Mm-hmm. Is that you feel all the time? All the time.
The Sibylline Oracles, translated from the Greek into English blank verse by Milton S. Terry, narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Book 1. Beginning with the generation first of mortal men, down to the very last, I'll prophesy each thing, what erst has been, and what is now, and what shall yet befall the world through the impiety of men. First now God urges on me to relate truly how into being came the world. And thou, shrewd mortal, prudently make known, lest ever thou shouldest my commands neglect, the King Most High, who brought into existence the whole world, saying, Let there be, and there was. For he the earth established, placing it round the Tartarus, and he himself gave the sweet light. He raised the heaven on high, spread out the gleaming sea, and crowned the sky with an abundance of bright shining stars, and decked the earth with plants, and mingled sea with rivers, and the air with zephyrs mixed and watery clouds. And then another race appointing, he gave fishes to the seas, and birds unto the winds, and to the woods the beasts of shaggy neck, and snakes that crawl, and all things which now on the earth appear. These by his word he made, and everything was speedily and with precision done. For he was self-caused, and from heaven looked down, and finished was the world exceeding well. And then thereafter fashioned he again a living product, copying a new man from his own image, beautiful, divine, and bade him in ambrosial garden dwell, that labours beautiful might be his care. But in that fertile field of paradise he longed for conversation, being alone, and prayed that he might see another form such as he had. And forthwith, from man's side taking a bone, God himself made fair Eve, a wedded spouse, and in that paradise gave her to dwell with him. And when he gazed upon her, on a sudden, filled with joy, great admiration held his soul. He saw a pattern so exact, and with wise words, spontaneous flowing, answered, he in turn, for God had care for all things. For the mind they darkened not of passion, nor concealed their nakedness, but with hearts far from evil, even like wild beasts they walked with limbs exposed. And afterwards, delivering them commands, God showed them not to touch a certain tree. But the dread serpent drew them off by guile, to go away unto the fate of death, and to gain knowledge of both good and evil. But the wife, then first traitress, proved to God. She gave and urged the unknowing man to sin, and he, persuaded by the woman's words, forgot the immortal Maker utterly, and treated plain commandments with neglect. Therefore, instead of good, received they evil according to their deed. And then, the leaves of the sweet fig tree piercing, they made clothes, and put them on each other, and concealed the sexual parts, because they were ashamed. But on them the immortal set his wrath, and cast them out of the immortal land. For their abiding now in mortal land was brought to pass, since hearing they kept not the word of the immortal mighty God. And straightway they, upon the fruitful soil forthgoing, with their tears and groans were wet, and to them then the immortal God himself a word more excellent spoke. Multiply, increase, work constantly upon the earth, that with the sweat of labor ye may have sufficient food. Thus he spoke, and he made the author of deceit to press the ground on belly and on side, a crawling snake, driving him out severely. And he sent dire enmity between them, and the one is on the lookout to preserve his head. But man is healed, for death is neighbor near of evil plotting vipers and of men. And then indeed the race was multiplied, as the Almighty himself gave command, and there grew up one people on another, innumerable, and houses they adorned of all kinds, and made cities, and their walls well and expertly. And to them was given a day of long time, for a life much loved, for they did not worn out with troubles die, but as subdued by sleep. Most happy men of great heart, whom the immortal Saviour loved, the King, God. But they also did transgress, smitten with folly. For with impudence they mocked their fathers, and their mothers scorned. Kinsmen they knew not, and they formed intrigues against their brothers, and they were impure, and they defiled themselves with human gore, and they made wars. And then upon them came the last calamity set forth from heaven, which snatched the dreadful men away from life, and Hades then received them. It was called Hades, since Adam, having tasted death, went first, and earth encompassed him around. And therefore all men born upon the earth are in abodes of Hades called to go. But even in Hades, all these when they came had honor, since they were the earliest race. But when Hades received these, secondly, of these surviving and most righteous men, God formed another very subtle race that cared for lovely works and noble toils, distinguished reverence and solid wisdom, and they were trained in arts of every kind, finding inventions by their lack of means. And one devised to till the land with plows, and another worked in wood, another cared for sailing, and another watched the stars, and winged fowls, and use of drugs had interest for one, while for another magic had a charm, and others were in every other art, which men care for, instructed, wide awake, industrious, worthy of that eponym, because they had a sleepless mind within, and a huge body, stout with mighty form they were. But notwithstanding, down they went into Tartarian chamber terrible, kept in firm chains to pay full penalty in Gehenna of strong, furious, quenchless fire. And after these a third strong-minded race appeared, a race of overbearing men, and terrible, who wrought among themselves many an evil, and fights, homicides, and battles did continually destroy those men possessed of overweening heart. And from these afterward another race proceeded, late completed, youngest born, blood-stained, perverse in counsel. Of men these were in the fourth race, much the blood they spilled, nor feared they God, nor had regard for men. For maddening wrath and sore impiety were set upon them, and wars, homicides, and battles sent some into Erebus, since they were overweening impious men. But the rest did the heavenly God himself in anger afterwards change from his world, casting them into mighty Tartarus, down under the foundation of the earth. And later, yet another race, much worse, of men he made, to whom no good thereafter the immortal formed, since they wrought many evils. For they were much more violent than those, giants, perverse, foul language pouring out, single among all men, most just and true, was the most faithful Noah, full of care for the noblest works. And to him God himself from heaven thus spoke: Noah, be of good cheer in thyself, and to all the people preach repentance, so that they may all be saved. But if, with shameless soul, they heed me not, the whole race I will utterly destroy with mighty floods of waters. Quickly now, an undecaying house I bid thee frame of planks strong and impervious to the wet. I will put understanding in thy heart, and subtle skill and rule of measurement and order, and for all things will I care that thou be saved, and all who dwell with thee. And I am he who is, and in thy heart do thou discern. I clothe me with the heaven, and cast the sea around me, and for me earth is a footstool, and the air is poured around my body, and on every side around me runs the chorus of the stars. 9 letters have I, of 4 syllables I am. Discern me. The first 3 have each 2 letters, the remaining one, the rest, and 5 are mates, and of the entire sum, the hundreds are twice 8 and thrice 3 tens, along with 7. Now, knowing who I am, be thou not uninitiated in my lore. Thus he spoke, and with trembling seized on him at what he learned. And then, within his mind, having contrived each matter, he besought the people and began with words like these: O men insatiate, smite with madness great whatever things ye practice they shall not escape God's notice, for he knows all things, immortal Savior overseeing all, who bade me warn you that ye perish not. Be sober, cut off badness, do not fight perforce each other with blood-guilty heart, nor irrigate much land with human gore. Revere, O mortals, the supremely great and fearless heavenly creator, God imperishable, whose dwelling is the sky. And do ye all entreat him, he is kind, for life of cities and of all the world, and of four-footed beasts and flying fowls, entreat him to be gracious unto all. For when the whole unbounded world of men shall be destroyed by waters loud, ye'll raise a fearful cry, and suddenly for you the air shall be disordered, and from heaven the fury of the mighty God shall come upon you. And it certainly shall be that the immortal Savior against men will send wrath if ye do not placate God, and from this time repent. And nothing more fretful and evil lawlessly shall ye one to another do, but let there be a guarding of oneself by holy life. But when they heard him, each turned up his nose, calling him mad, a frenzy-smitten man. And then again did Noah sound his strain. O men exceeding wretched, base in heart, unstable, leaving modesty behind, and loving shamelessness, rapacious lords, fierce sinners, false, insatiate, mischievous, in nothing true, stealthy adulterers, flippant in language, pouring forth foul words. The wrath of God Most High, not fearing, kept to the fifth generation to atone. In no way do ye wail, harsh men, but laugh. Sardonic smile shall ye laugh. When shall come that which I speak, God's dire incoming flood, when Eve's polluted race, in the great earth blooming perennial in impervious stem, shall root and branch, in one night disappear, and cities, men and all, shall the earth shaker from the depths scatter and their walls destroy. And then the whole world of unnumbered men shall die. But how shall I weep, how lament in wooden house, how mingled tears with waves? For, if this water bidden of God shall come, earth shall float, hills float, and even sky shall float. Everything shall be water, and all things shall be destroyed by waters. And the winds shall stand still, and a second age shall come. O Phrygia, thou shalt from the water's crest first rise up, and thou first another race of men shalt nourish, once again a new beginning, and thou shalt be nurse for all. But when now, to the lawless generation, he had thus vainly spoken, the Most High appeared, and once more cried aloud and said, The time is now come, Noah, to proclaim each thing, even all which I that day to thee did promise and confirm, and to complete, because of a people disobedient throughout the boundless world, even all the things which generations of a former time did practice, evil things innumerable. But do thou quickly enter with thy sons, and the wives. Call as many as I bid, of tribes of beasts, and creeping things, and birds, and in as many as I ordain for life will I then put a willingness to go. Thus spoke he. Forth went Noah, and aloud cried out and called. And then wife, sons, and brides entered the house of wood, and also went the other things, as many as God willed to shut in. But when fitting bolt was put about the lid, and in its polished place was fitted sideways, then was brought to pass forthwith the purpose of the God of heaven. And he massed clouds, and bid the sun's bright disk, and moon and stars, and circle of the heaven, obscuring all things round. He thundered loud, terror of mortals, sending lightnings forth. And all the winds together were aroused, and all the veins of water were unloosed, by opening of great cataracts from heaven, and from earth's caverns and the tireless deep appeared the myriad waters, and the whole illimitable earth was covered over. But on the water swam that wondrous house, and torn by many furious waves, and struck by force of winds, it rushed on fearfully. But with its keel it cut the mass of foam, while the loud babbling waters dashed around. But when God deluged all the world with rains, then also Noah took thought to to observe by counsels of the immortal, for he now had had enough of Nereus. And straightway the house he opened from the polished wall, that crosswise was bound fast with skilful stays, and looking out upon the mighty mass of boundless waters, Noah on all sides, and 'twas his fortune with his eyes to see, fear possessed, and shook mightily his heart. And then the air became a little calm, since it was weary, wetting all the world many days. Parting then, it brought to light how pale and blood red was the mighty sky, and the sun's bright disk a-wearied, scarcely held Noah his courage. And then forth afar sent he a dove alone, that he might learn if yet firm land appeared. But with tired wing, flying round all things, she again returned, for not yet had the water ebbed away, for it was deeply filling every place. But after resting quietly for days, he sent the dove once more, to learn if yet had ceased the many waters. And she flew and flew on, and went over the earth, and resting her body lightly on the humid ground, again to Noah back she came and bore an olive branch of tidings, a great sign. Courage now filled them all, and great delight, because they hoped to look upon the land. But then thereafter yet another bird of black wing sent he forth as hastily, which, trusting to its wings, flew willingly, and coming to the land continued there. And Noah knew the land was nearer now, but when on dashing waves and the craft divine had here and there over ocean's billows swung, it made fast upon the narrow strand. There is in Phrygia, on the dark mainland, a steep, tall mountain, Ararat its name, because upon it all were to be saved from death, and there was great desire of heart. Thence streams of the great river Marsyas spring. There on a lofty peak the ark abode when the waters ceased, and then again from heaven the voice divine of the great God this word proclaimed: O Noah, guarded, faithful, just, come boldly forth with thy sons and thy wife, and with 3 brides, and fill ye all the earth, increasing, multiplying, rendering justice to one another through all generations, until to judgment every race of men shall come, for judgment shall be unto all. Thus spoke the voice divine. Then from his couch Noah, encouraged, hastened on the land, and with him went his sons and wife and brides, and creeping things and birds and quadrupeds, and all things else went from the wooden house into one place. And then went Noah forth as 8th, most just of men, when on the waters he had made full twice 20 days in one, because of counsels of the mighty God. Then a new stock of life again arose, golden first, which indeed was 6th and best, from the time when the first formed man appeared, heavenly its name, because all things to God shall be a care. O first race of the 6th age, O mighty joy which I thereafter shared, when I escaped sheer ruin, by the waves much tossed, with husband and with brothers-in-law, stepfather and stepmother, and with wives of husbands' brothers, suffering terribly, bidding things. Now will I sing. There shall be on the fig tree a many-colored flower, and afterward the royal power and sway shall Kronos have. For 3 kings of great soul, men most just, shall distribute portions then, and many a year rule, rendering what is just to men who care for toil and deeds of love. And earth shall glory in her many fruits, self-growing, yielding much corn for the race. And the foster fathers, ageless all their days, shall from diseases chill and dreadful be far aloof. They shall die as fallen on sleep, and unto Acheron in the abodes of Hades they shall go away. And there shall they have honor, since they were a race of blessed ones, fortunate heroes whom the Lord of Sabaoth gave a noble mind, and with whom always he his counsels shared. But blessed shall they be even when they go in Hades, and then afterward again, oppressive, strong, another race of earth-born men, the Titans. All excel in figure, stature, growth, and there shall be one language, as of old from the first race God in their breasts implanted. But even these, having a haughty heart, and rushing on to ruin, shall at last resolve to fight against the starry heaven. And then the stream of the great ocean shall upon them pour its raging waters. But the mighty Lord of Sabaoth, though enraged, shall check his wrath, because he promised that again no flood should be brought upon men of evil soul. But when the great high thundering God shall cause the boundless swelling of the many waters, with their waves hither and thither rising high, to cease from wrath, and into other depths of sea their measure lessen, setting bounds by harbors and rough headlands round the land, then also shall a child of the great God come, clothed in flesh to men, and fashioned like to mortals in the earth. And he doth hear four vowels, and two consonants in him are twice announced. The whole sum I will name. For 8 ones, and as many tens on these, and yet 800 will reveal the name to men insatiate. And do thou discern in thine own understanding that the Christ is child of the immortal God Most High. And he shall fulfill God's law, not destroy, bearing his very image, and all things shall he teach. Unto him shall priests convey and offer gold, and myrrh, and frankincense. For all these things he'll also bring to pass. But when a voice shall through the desert land come bearing tidings to men, and to all shall call to make straight paths, and from the head cast wickedness out, and illuminate with water all the bodies of mankind, that being born again they may no more from what is righteous go at all astray. And one of barbarous mind, by dances bound, cutting that voice off, shall bestow reward. Then, on a sudden, there shall be a sign.
Close your eyes. The world outside can wait. There is a door before you, one you have always known, though you do not remember when you first saw it. It is carved with symbols, etched in gold, and at its center, a pair of luminous eyes watch you. Ancient, patient, unblinking. You step forward. The air smells of warm sand, of myrrh, of something deeper, something that hums with the memory of gods. The door creaks open. And the world falls away. You now stand in a temple. Not a ruin, not a memory, but a place that breathes. Torches flicker along sandstone walls. The air is thick with incense, curling in sacred patterns, whispering words too ancient to be spoken aloud. And then movement. A figure steps from the shadows, silent as a whisper, sleek as moonlight on still water. Her skin is night dark, her robes flowing like ink and water. Her golden collar gleams, and her ears, pointed and listening, catch even the unspoken thoughts of your mind. is reflecting something more than just your face. You see the wounds you carry, not on your skin, but inside. The grief held too long, the pain swallowed, the sharp edges of words and memories that have settled in the quiet corners of your heart. Bastet does not speak. She does not have to. She extends a single clawed finger and touches the water. Ripples spread. The reflection wavers. And you feel it, the weight beginning to lift. She gestures for you to do the same. Dip your fingers into the water. Feel the coolness, the ancient power held within. Now, let it go. With each breath, release something you no longer need. Breathe in strength. Breathe out pain. Breathe in light. Breathe out shadows. The water shimmers. The pain is leaving you, dissolving into something softer, something kinder. Bastet watches, approving, knowing. She steps forward now, closer than before. She raises a hand, her fingers warm as sun on stone, and presses it gently to your forehead. A warmth spreads through you, fierce and protective. Not a fire that burns, but one that purifies. A mark is left there,
Yeah, I don't
not one
think
you
that
can see, but one you will feel. It is the mark of strength, of resilience, of a heart that has been wounded but has never been truly broken. Bastet smiles. A secret smile, a knowing smile, the kind only a cat can give.
you feel like you have to participate if they're doing whatever.
Sign to mortals when, watched over, there shall come out of the land of Egypt a fair stone, and on it shall the Hebrew people stumble, but by his guiding nations shall be brought together. For the God who rules on high, they also shall know through him, and the way in common life. For unto chosen men will he show life eternal, but the fire will be for ages on the lawless bring. And then shall he the sickly heal, and all who are blameworthy, who shall trust in him. And then the blind shall see, the lame shall walk, the deaf shall hearken, and the dumb shall speak. Demons shall he drive out, and of the dead there shall be an uprising. On the waves shall he walk. Also, in a desert place shall he 5,000 satisfy with food, from 5 loaves and a fish out of the sea. And with the remnants of them, for the hope of peoples, shall he fill 12 baskets full. And then shall Israel, drunken, not discern, nor shall they hear, oppressed with feeble cars. But when the maddening wrath of the Most High shall come upon the Hebrews, and take faith away from them, because they slew the Son of the heavenly God, then also with foul lips shall Israel give them cuffs and spittle drunk, and gall for food and vinegar unmixed for drink will they, with evil madness smitten in bosom and in heart, give impiously, not seeing with their eyes, more blind than moles, more terrible than crawling poisonous beasts, fast bound by heavy sleep. But when his hands he shall spread forth and measure out all things, and bear the crown of thorns, and they shall pierce his side with reeds, for which dark monstrous night shall be for 3 hours in the midst of day. Then also shall the temple of Solomon bring to an end a mighty sign for men, when he shall to the house of Hades go proclaiming resurrection to the dead. But when, in 3 days, he shall come again unto the light, and show his form to men, and teach all things, ascending in the clouds unto the house of heaven shall he go, leaving the world a gospel covenant. And in his name shall blossom a new shoot, from nations that are guided by the law of the mighty one. But also after this there shall be wise guides, and then afterward there shall be a cessation of the prophets. After that, when the Hebrew people reap their evil harvest, shall a Roman king much gold and silver utterly destroy. And afterward shall other royal powers continuously arise as kingdoms perish, and they will oppress mortals. But great fall shall be for those men, when they shall begin unrighteous arrogance. But when the temple of Solomon in the Holy Land shall fall, cast down by the barbarous men in brazen mail, and from the land the Hebrews shall be driven wandering and wasted, and among the wheat they shall much darnel mingle, there shall be evil contention among all mankind, and the cities suffering outrage shall bewail each other in their breasts, receiving the wrath of the great God, since they wrought evil work. Book 2. Now, while I much
The back door was left wide open. Leave it open for the cat or something? Well, you can't just leave it open because it gets blown open sometimes. You have to keep checking on it. Otherwise it needs to be closed. Wide open. All kinds of bugs and shit. A whole trail of ants coming in there for the first time.
Hello, Moto.
Uh huh.
Hi, can I speak with Taran?
Is this him?
Hi, Taran. This is Claire calling you on behavioral health. I was calling a post-hospital discharge call.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Okay. I was calling to remind you about your upcoming appointment. Behavioral health. Are you going to be able to make those? You have an assessment for June 3rd at 12:30 with Candace Ross and a medication assessment on June 9th at 10 a.m. with Rena and Betty.
Oh, I need to get transportation for the assessment at least.
Okay.
Do you guys still provide transportation for behavioral health?
Yes, we do.
Do they come pick me up that day?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get that set up and I will call you back.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I don't want anything. Alright. That's fine. I don't really care that much, but it's funny.
Yeah, how long does it usually take to get the refund from you guys? Once you turn it in? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Treated you. God restrained my wise song, also in my breast again. You put the charming voice of words divine. In my whole body, terror-stricken these I follow, for I know not that I speak, but God impels me to proclaim each thing. But when on earth come shocks, fierce thunderbolts, thunders and lightnings, storms and evil blight, and rage of jackals and of wolves, manslaughter, destruction of men and of lowing kine, four-footed cattle and laborious mules, and goats and sheep, then shall the ample field be barren of neglect, and fruits shall fail, and there shall be a selling of their freedom among most men, and robbery of temples. And then shall after these appear of men the tenth race, when the earth shaking lightener shall break the seal for idols, and shall shake the people of seven hill throne, and riches great shall perish, burned by Vulcan's fiery flame. And then shall bloody signs from heaven descend. But yet the whole world of unnumbered men in rage shall kill each other, and in the tumult shall God send famines and plagues and thunderbolts on men, who without justice judge of rights. And lack of men shall be in all the world, so that if anyone beheld a trace of man on earth, he would be wonder struck. And then shall the great God who dwells in heaven, Savior
Melody divine.
all things due, and to unjust judgment. Do not cast out the poor unrighteously, nor judge by outward show. Without judgment, God hereafter. If one did be unlawful or just, it shall be decided when he to judgment comes. Disable not thy mind with wine, nor drink excessively. Keep not
Hello, Moto.
Hello?
Hi, Taran.
Hey.
Hi, Cora from support. So I'm getting transportation set up for you. I just want to make sure that are you going to be picked up from 19323 Brookside Ave and B?
Yeah.
Okay, and you'll be able to make both appointments on June 3rd at 12:30 and then June 9th at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, I will get transportation set up for you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Hello, Moto.
Hello?
Hello, my name's Leslie. I'm looking to speak with Louis Ramirez.
Hello, Moto.
Hello?
Hello, my name's Leslie. I'm looking to speak with Louis Ramirez.
There's no Louis Ramirez at this number.
Okay, so you don't have him at all.
No.
Okay, I'll remove him from the call list.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
They call right back.
gains on gains amass, and damage orphans and widows in each thing, and all that give to widows and to orphans the fruit of unjust deeds, and all that cast reproach in giving from their own hard toils, and all that left their parents in old age, not paying them at all, nor offering to parents filial duty, and all who were disobedient and against their sires spoke a harsh word, and all that pledges took and then denied them, and the servants all who were against their masters, and again those who licentiously defiled the flesh, and all who loosed the girdle of the maid for secret intercourse, and all who caused abortions, and all who their offspring cast unlawfully away, and sorcerers and sorceresses with them. And these wrath of the heavenly and immortal God shall drive against the pillar, where shall all around in a circle flow a restless stream of fire. And deathless angels of the immortal God, whoever is, shall bind with lasting bonds in chains of flaming fire, and from above punish them all by scourge most terribly. And in Gehenna, in the gloom of night, shall they be cast beneath many horrid beasts of Tartarus, where darkness is immense. But when there shall be many punishments enforced on all who had an evil heart, yet afterward shall there a fiery wheel from a great river circle them around, because they had a care for wicked deeds. And then one here, another there, shall sires, young children, mothers, nursing babes, in tears wail their most piteous fate. No fill of tears shall be for them, nor piteous voice be heard of them that moan, one here, another there, but long worn under dark, dank Tartarus, aloud shall they cry. And they shall repay in cursed places thrice as much as all the evil work they did, burned with much fire. And all of them, consumed by raging thirst and hunger, shall in anguish gnash their teeth, and call death beautiful, and death shall flee away from them. For neither death nor night shall ever give them rest, and many things in vain will they ask of the God that rules on high. And then will he his face turn openly away from them, for he to erring men gave, in 7 ages for repentance, signs by the hands of a virgin undefiled. But the others, all to whom right and fair works and piety and thoughts most just were dear, shall angels, bearing through the burning stream, lead unto light and life exempt from care. Where comes the immortal way of the great God, and fountains 3 of honey, wine, and milk, an equal land for all, divided not by walls or fences, more abundant fruits, spontaneous, shall then bear, and the course of life be common and wealth unapportioned. For there no longer will be poor nor rich, tyrant nor slave, nor any great nor small, nor kings nor leaders, all alike in common. No more at all will one say, night has come, nor tomorrow comes, nor yesterday has been. Nor shall there many days of anxious care, nor spring nor winter, nor the summer heat, nor autumn be, nor marriage, nor yet death, nor sales, nor purchases, nor set of sun, nor rising. For a long day will God make, and to the pious will the Almighty God, imperishable, grant another thing, when they shall ask the imperishable God, that he will suffer men from raging fire and endless gnawing anguish to be saved. And this will he do. For hereafter he will pluck them from the restless flame, elsewhere remove them, and for his own people's sake send them to other and eternal life with the immortals in Elysian field, where move far-stretching billows of the lake of ever-flowing Acheron profound. Ah, miserable woman that I am, what shall I do in that day? For I sinned, being busy foolishly about all things, caring for neither marriage bond nor reason. But even in my wealthy husband's house I shut the needy out, and formerly I knowingly performed unlawful things. But, Savior, though I shameless things performed, do thou from my tormentors rescue me, a shameless woman. And I pray thee now, make me to rest a little from my song, holy giver of manna, king of the great realm. Book 3. O thou high thundering blessed heavenly one, who hast set in their place the cherubim, I, who have uttered what is all too true, entreat thee, Let me have a little rest, for my heart has grown weary from within. But why again leaps my heart and my soul with a whip smitten from within, constrained to utter forth its message unto all? But yet again will I proclaim all things which God commands me to proclaim to men. O men, that in your image have a form fashioned of God, why do ye vainly stray and walk not in the straight way, always mindful of the immortal Maker? God is one, sovereign, ineffable, dwelling in heaven, the self-existent and invisible, himself alone beholding everything. Him sculptor's hand made not, nor is his form shown by man's art from gold or ivory. But he, eternal Lord, proclaims himself as one who is, and was first, and shall be again hereafter. For who, being mortal, can see God with his eyes? Or who shall bear to hear the only name of heaven's great God, the ruler of the world? He by his word created all things, even heaven and sea, and tireless sun, and full moon, and bright stars, and mighty mother Tethys, springs and rivers, imperishable fire, and days and nights. This is the God who formed four-letter Adam, the first one formed, and filling with his name east, west, and south, and north. The same is he who fixed the pattern of the human form, and made wild beasts and creeping things and fowls. Ye do not worship neither fear ye God, but vainly go astray and bow the knee to serpents, and make offerings to cats, and idols, and stone images of men, and sit before the doors of godless temples. Ye guard him who is God, who keeps all things, and marry with the wickedness of stones. Forget the judgment of the immortal Savior who made the heaven and earth. Alas, a race that has delight in blood, deceitful, vile, ungodly, of false, double-tongued, immoral men, adulterous, idolatrous, designing fraud and evil madness, raving in their hearts, for themselves plundering, having shameless soul. For no one who has riches will impart to another, but dire wickedness shall be among all mortals. And for sake of gain will many widows not at all keep faith, but secretly love others, and the bond of life those who have husbands do not keep. But when Rome shall over Egypt also rule, governing always, then shall there appear the greatest kingdom of the immortal King over men. And a holy Lord shall come to hold the scepter over every land, unto all ages of fast hastening time. And then shall come inexorable wrath on Latin men. Three shall by piteous fate damage Rome, and perish shall all men with their own houses, when from heaven shall flow a fiery cataract. Ah, wretched me! When shall that day, and when shall judgment come of the immortal God, the mighty King? But just now, O ye cities, ye are built, and all adorned with temples and race grounds, markets, and images of wood, of gold, of silver, and of stone, that ye may come unto the bitter day. For it shall come, when there shall pass among all men a stench of brimstone. Yet each thing will I declare in all the cities where men suffer ills. From these Sebastines the liars shall come hereafter, and the height of hills shall he establish, and shall make the sea stand still, and the great fiery sun, and the bright moon. And he shall raise the dead, and many signs work before men. But nothing shall be brought by him unto completion but deceit, and many mortals shall be led astray, Hebrews, both true and choice, and lawless men, besides who never gave ear to God's word. But when the threatenings of the mighty God shall draw near, and the flaming power shall come by billow to the earth, it shall consume both Beliar and all the haughty men who put their trust in him. And thereupon shall the whole world be governed by the hands of a woman, and obedient everywhere. Then, when a widow shall over all the world gain the rule, and cast in the mighty sea both gold and silver, also brass and iron, of short-lived men into the deep shall cast, then all the elements shall be bereft of order, when the God of who dwells on high shall roll the heaven, even as a scroll is rolled. And to the mighty earth and sea shall fall the entire multiform sky, and there shall flow a tireless cataract of raging fire, and it shall burn the land, and burn the sea, and heavenly sky, and night and day, and melt creation itself together, and pick out what is pure. No more laughing spheres of light, nor night, nor dawn, nor many days of care, nor spring, nor winter, nor the summertime, nor autumn. And then of the mighty God, the judgment midway in a mighty age shall come, when all these things shall come to pass. O navigable waters, and each land of the Orient and of the Occident, subject shall all things be to him who comes into the world again, and therefore he himself became first conscious of his power. But when the threatenings of the mighty God are fulfilled, which he threatened mortals once, when in Assyrian land they built a tower, and they all spoke one language, and resolved to mount aloft into the starry heaven. But on the air, the immortal stairway put a mighty force, and then winds from above cast down the great tower, and stirred mortals up to wrangling with each other. Therefore men gave to that city the name of Babylon. Now when the tower fell, the tongues of men turned to all sorts of sounds. Straightway all earth was filled with men, and kingdoms were divided. And then the generation 10th appeared of mortal men,
Hello,
in the
Moto.
time when the flood came upon earlier men, and Kronos reigned, and Titan, and Iapetus, and men called them best offspring of Gaia and of Uranus, giving to them names both of earth and heaven, since they were very first of mortal men. So there were 3 divisions of the earth according to the allotment of each man, and each one having his own portion reigned, and fought not. For a father's oaths were there, and equal were their portions. But the time complete of old age on the father came, and he died, and the sons infringing oaths stirred up against each other. Mortals, and against each other Kronos and Titan fought. But Rhea and Gaia and Aphrodite, fond of crowns, Demeter and Hestia, and Diane of fair locks, brought them to friendship, and together called all who were kings, both brothers and near kin, and others of the same ancestral blood, and they judged Kronos should reign king of all, for he was oldest and of noblest form. But Titan laid on Kronos mighty oaths to rear no male posterity, that he himself might reign when age and fate should come to Kronos. And whenever Rhea bore, beside her sat the Titans, and all males in pieces tore, but let the females live to be reared by the mother. But when now, at the 3rd birth, the august Rhea bore, she brought forth Hera first, and when they saw a female offspring, the fierce Titan men betook them to their homes, and thereupon Rhea a male child bore, and having bound 3 men of Crete by oath, she quickly sent him into Phrygia to be reared apart in secret. Therefore did they name him Zeus, for he was sent away, and thus she sent Poseidon also secretly away. And Pluto, 3rd, did Rhea yet again, noblest of women, at Dodona bear, whence flows Euripus' river's liquid course, and with Peneus mixed pours in the sea its water, and men call it Stygian. But when the Titans heard that there were sons kept secretly, whom Kronos and his wife Rhea begat, then Titan 60 youths together gathered, and held fast in chains Kronos and his wife Rhea, and concealed them in the earth and guarded them in bonds. And then the sons of powerful Kronos heard, and a great war and uproar they roused. And this is the beginning of dire war among all mortals, for it is indeed with mortals the prime origin of war. And then did God award the Titans evil, and all of Titans and of Kronos born died. But then, as time rolled around, there rose the Egyptian kingdom, then that of the Persians, and of the Medes, and Ethiopians, and of Assyria and Babylon, and then that of the Macedonians, Egypt yet again, then that of Rome. And then a message of the mighty God was set within my breast, and it bade me proclaim through all earth, and in royal hearts, plan things which are to be. And to my mind, this God imparted first, how many kingdoms have been together gathered of mankind. For first of all the house of Solomon shall include horsemen of Phoenicia and Syria, and of the islands too, and the race of Pamphylians, and Persians, and Phrygians, Carians, and Mysians, and the race of the Lydians rich in gold. And then shall Helenus, proud and impure, Then shall a Macedonian nation rule, great, shrewd, who as a fearful cloud of war shall come to mortals. But the God of heaven shall utterly destroy them from the death. And then shall be another kingdom, white and many-headed, from the western sea, which shall rule much land and shake many men. And to all kings bring terror afterwards, and out of many cities shall destroy much gold and silver. But in the vast earth there will again be gold, and silver too, and ornament, and they will oppress mortals. And to those men shall great disaster be, when they begin unrighteous arrogance, and forthwith in them there shall be a force of wickedness. Male will consort with male, and children they will place in dens of shame. And in those days there shall be among men a great affliction, and it shall disturb all things, and break all things,
Hello?
and fill all things with evils, by a shameful covetousness, and by ill-gotten wealth in many lands,
Yeah, this is
but
Taran.
most of all in Macedonia.
Hi, do you
And
have
it
a
shall
moment? Is
stir
now
up
a good time
hatred,
to go over
and
your
all guile
healthcare?
shall be with them, even to the seventh
Yeah.
kingdom, of which a king of Egypt shall be king, who shall be a descendant from the Greeks. And then the nation of the mighty God shall be again strong, and they shall be guides of life to all men. But why did God place this also in my
Miller?
mind to tell? What
And,
first, and what next,
1/9
and what
or
evil
sorry,
last
March
shall
2nd
be on all
and
men? Which of these shall take the lead? First, on the Titans will God visit evil,
19323
for they
Brookside
shall
Avenue,
pay to
Lee,
mighty
California.
Kronos' sons the penal satisfaction, since they bound both Kronos and the mother dearly loved. Again shall there be tyrants for the Greeks, and fierce kings overweening and impure, adulterous, and altogether bad. And for men shall be no more rest from war, and the dread Phrygians shall perish all, and unto Troy shall evil come that day.
I'm on the waiting
And
list
to
to
the
get divisions
Persians and
across.
Assyrians evil shall straightway come, and to all Egypt and Libya and the Ethiopians, and to the Carians and Pamphylians evil to pass from one place to another, and to all mortals. Why now, one by one, do I speak forth? But when the first receive
I'm
fulfillment,
going
then
residential.
straightway shall come on men the second. So the very first I'll tell. There shall an evil
I
come
wanna go
to
there.
pious men who dwell by the great temple of Solomon, and who are progeny of righteous men. Alike of all these also I will tell the tribe and line of fathers and homeland, all things with care, O mortal shrewd in mind. There is a city on the earth, Ur of the Chaldees. Once there is a race of men most righteous, to whom both goodwill and
I need to
noble
get into see my
deeds
neurologist,
have ever
and I haven't
been
been able to
care.
get there because of
For they
transportation
have no
issues.
concern about the course of the sun's
I missed
revolution,
my
nor the moon's, nor
I
wondrous
missed my
things
last appointment
beneath
because
the
I
earth,
was in
nor depth of joy imparting sea Oceanus, nor signs of sneezing,
mental
nor the
hospital,
wings
so
of
I missed
birds,
my last appointment
nor
to see my neurologist.
soothsayers, nor wizards, nor enchanters.
Yeah, if I can get in there still.
Have you utilized
Yeah, I have.
I have a list of all the buzzwords such as transportation, your coordination, vision, dental, of all the phone numbers. Is that okay if I send that off to you?
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it.
The practice you are about to learn is almost never described publicly. The Cave of Brahma can activate a wide range of new powers, abilities, and states of consciousness.
What substances are you taking or receiving treatment for? Methamphetamine, narcotics, or alcohol?
Methamphetamine.
Is there a reason that you would like to seek treatment, just for your health-wise or family-wise?
Both of those and more than that.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your physical health right now?
Yeah, well, I'm concerned about my brain right now.
Because you need to see your neurologist?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you go to a therapist or mental health provider?
I have an appointment scheduled for the 3rd. Behavioral health in Mount Shasta.
Okay. Do you live alone or with a spouse or family or friends currently?
With my dad.
Your dad? Okay. What kind of housing do you live in now? Do you live in a house, an apartment, hotel, mobile home?
The house.
Does your living situation place your recovery at risk currently?
No.
Are you needing help with getting your own housing, or do you need an enhanced case manager?
Yeah, I need a case manager.
I'll need help with like your appointments and things like that, set up transportation.
Yeah.
If that's something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So I'll get you enrolled. I'll put your referral off for enhanced case management. And then I'll just check in with you just to make sure everything's going good. So the cross, call them and see if they make sure they have your name on their waiting list and everything. If anything comes back and you're having a barrier to your health care, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And if you need help setting up an appointment, let me know. But ultimately, you just have to call them and then call our transportation department to get a ride there.
Right. What's the number for the transportation department? Just so I have the right one.
Yeah, of course. So there, let me know when you're ready.
Give me 1 second. I gotta find a good pen. Okay.
So transportation department, their phone number is 866-228-2303.
All right. Cool.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be talking soon, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right. You too. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, this is Shasta Business. We are here from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Leave a message, and we will call you back. Thank you. Thank you for calling Shasta Vision Group. How can I help you?
My name's Taran Miller. I was seeing if I can get a replacement pair of glasses. My insurance would cover it or not.
Okay, can I put you on hold for just a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, can I help you?
Hey, my name's Taran Miller. I was seeing if I could get a replacement pair of glasses. I've had.
Hang on. I'm so sorry. I'm going to put you on hold for a moment. All right, I'm back with you. So sorry about that. Terrence, and your date of birth?
321 or 3 March 2nd, 1999.
99. And your last name, Terrence?
It's Taran, Taran
All right, sorry. And last name?
Miller.
All right. And you want to see about replacing? Okay. We just had all the phones light up at the same time. I'm so sorry. And I'm going to open up your file here on the computer. 3/2/1999. Darren. Right. So you were here last April of a year ago. So your prescription is still current. And did you want to just replace what you already had?
I wanted to pick out a new pair of frames, maybe.
Okay. And
No, I'll just replace it. If I can just replace what I already have, that's fine.
okay, same frame and same glasses, same everything, and just trying to see what insurance you have. You still have your partnership?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get a replacement. I need review your contact information so we can call you when they come in. I have 530-261-1951.
Yeah, that's my dad's number. That'll work just fine.
And then address I have is 19323 Brookside.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll get those ordered today.
There's a good chance my dad will come in to pick them up. Is that fine?
You bet.
All right, cool.
All right, I'm making a note here. Dad will pick up. All right, Karen, we'll take care of it.
All right, God bless you.
Okay.
You hear that, Dad?